Good evening. I'd like to call the Winterville Town Council meeting to order. Today is Monday, June the 10th, 2024. The time is 6 p.m. Next up, we will have the invocation given by Pastor Winton Felton of Winterville Church of Christ. Pastor Felton, please. And after Pastor Felton, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the mayor and the council, thank you for having me here. Let's bow together. Almighty Father, it's indeed an honor and privilege to be able to gather in this manner in a nation such as ours. Be able to have input and help steer the direction of our town. We ask, O Lord, that you grant the mayor and the council and all those who work with them wisdom, insight, and discernment. Father, because of the lives that you have put here under their care, very diverse, needs are diverse, but you're big enough to handle all our needs in this town. So, Father, we ask that you be with this meeting tonight. May it go according to your plan. May things that are decided be bigger than just our wants. May we consider not only those here today, but for generations to come, the impact that we have. Father, in terms of budget and planning, money matters are always stressful. But thank you for this council and this mayor, for the wisdom you've given them. May you guide them in all that we do tonight and all that's planned for the upcoming year. Thank you so much for this privilege of being here tonight. For all this in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. If you could all stand, please, and face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which is stands one nation, liberty and justice for all. Again, I would like to welcome everyone tonight here to our June meeting. In the audience, I do see, of course, Dr. Rouse, president of Pitt Community College, and I'd like to welcome him here tonight. My name is Ricky Hines. I'm the mayor, of course, and this is your council. Next up, we will have the roll call manager.
Mayor, members of the council, you have your remotes, if you will use those to indicate that you are present. Mayor, everyone is present and accounted for.
Thank you. All right, next up on the agenda is a proclamation. Sorry, did I skip that? Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. Next up is the approval of the agenda. I'm moving too fast here tonight.
Mayor, if I may, and I would ask for Mr. Harvey's help. This agenda's been amended several times due to the amount and number of items that we have. So, Don, if you would go over the latest agenda, which you all should have at your seats.
I would say that it is with attachments located at
Yes.
your seat. The changes are in red, so that should help you. If you look under public hearings, item after 5, there is a zoning ordinance draft update that you will see there, and we will want action which will take care of the 4 previous items collectively. You'll deal with those each independently. Then once they have all been dealt with, the ordinance then will take care of, the ordinance will handle that. The flood damage, we have updated that from what was in your original ordinance, or in your original agenda package. There's a new item, number 7, approval of bid to Design Co. for the Public Works and Electric Office renovations. And then when you go under new business, we've added some attachments to the comprehensive and site-specific master plan contract award. The attachment there with the evaluation criteria is shown there. And then out of last Thursday's meeting, we have attachments added, and we've updated your abstracts for the Planning and Zoning Board amendment or appointments, Board of Adjustment appointments, Recreation Advisory Board appointments, and from the original there is an attachment for the CMSD appointment. And I'll go through some additional announcements when I go through that were added last Thursday.
So the proper agenda that you all will be referring to is amended version 2.
Okay. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda amended version 2?
I move that we approve the agenda amended version 2.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, to approve the agenda version 2. Will you please vote now, please?
Mayor, I believe everyone's voted to approve the agenda as most recently presented.
All right. Now we move down to our proclamation, correct?
Okay, our first proclamation this evening is recognition of Dr. Lawrence L. Rouse, who the mayor recognized at the beginning of the meeting. I'd like to read this, and then we have something that we'd like to give Dr. Rouse. Whereas in the summer of 2018, Dr. Lawrence L. Rouse became only the 5th president in Pitt Community College's now 63-year history, after being approved by the State Board of Community Colleges to replace retiring PCC President G. Dennis Massey. And whereas, with Rouse at the helm, PCC earned reaffirmation of accreditation from the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges in the summer of 2023, with no recommendations from the accrediting institution. College opened the Eddie and Joe Allison Smith Center for Student Advancement last spring and purchased a pair of buildings and land on the former Alliance One property last summer to use as its PCC Farmville Center. Whereas Rouse will long be remembered at Pitt for the calm and steady leadership he provided the college throughout a period of unprecedented turmoil caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. PCC trustee chairman Charles Ellis said Rouse began laying the foundation for PCC to successfully navigate the pandemic the moment he became president, when he pledged the college would be an agile institution capable of responding to the community's needs rapidly adequately, and innovatively. Whereas throughout his PCC presidency, Rouse focused on educational equity and seeing students attain academic credentials to better their life circumstances. He was also dedicated to workforce development and serving students with excellence. And whereas Rouse informed the PCC Board of Trustees of his decision to retire in January, he said his final day with Pitt would be June 30, and added that retirement would allow him to spend more time with his wife Janie, 3 children, and granddaughter. Whereas a native of Sumter, South Carolina, Rouse earned a bachelor's degree in sociology from Voorhees College in 1978 and a master's from University of South Carolina in 1992. After receiving his master's degree, he was selected as one of 4 South Carolinians to receive a Kellogg Acclaim Fellowship to attend North Carolina State University, where he earned a Doctorate of Education in 1998. As a graduate student, he also received a National Leadership and Institutional Effectiveness Fellowship. Whereas in 2020, Rouse was inducted into the Voorhees College Hall of Fame for outstanding contributions and service to the community. And whereas PCC is currently North Carolina's 7th largest community college in terms of student credit hours, the college serves nearly 20,000 students in credit and non-credit programs annually. PCC trustees are confident Rouse has put the college in position to continue serving as a hub for developing and deploying talent needed for the workforce of tomorrow. And now, therefore, I, Richard E. Hines, Mayor of the town of Winterville, hereby recognize and honor Dr. Lawrence L. Rouse for his contribution to Pitt Community College and the town of Winterville. In witness whereof, I do set my hand and cause the seal of Winterville to be affixed this 10th day of June, 2024.
All right, Dr. Rouse, if you come forward.
To Mayor Hines and the Council of Winterville, first of all, I want to say thank you. It's been a pleasure for the last 6 years to serve Pitt Community College as the president and to also know that we're in Winterville. And wherever we go, we always tout Winterville as where we're located. But I also want to say to you that I feel that I am a resident of Winterville, even though I don't live in Winterville, but I spend so much time here. But it's been a great journey for me. Sometimes the Lord leads you, you don't know where you're headed, but He led me here, and I served the best that I could, and I think that the community is better for it. I also would like to invite you to my retirement luncheon which will be held on June 27th from 11 until 1. So if you have time in your schedules, please come. And then on June 28th, before I leave, we're going to break ground on a new welding facility, which will be the largest welding facility in the state of North Carolina at a community college, because we have the largest program here. So I just want to thank you, and hopefully that you will extend the same hospitality to the next president. And we hope that the president will also have a great relationship with Winterville and know that they are located in Winterville. But thank you for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Next up is we have a proclamation for Parks and Rec Month.
Yes, and with y'all's permission, I'm just going to recognize that we're designating July as Parks and Recreation Month and establishing this proclamation.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have quite a few public hearings. And I think Stephen is going to come up.
Good evening. I'll try to be fairly brief on this, but as I go along, if anybody has any questions, certainly just slow me down and let me know. Okay, our first public hearing tonight is Eli's Ridge Phase 5. Eli's Ridge Phase 5 is located in Eli's Ridge off of Worthington Street. It's a 5.5089 acre site that is zoned R10. Effective date would be June 30th, 2024, if approved tonight. Placed notices in the Daily Reflector and mailed out notices to those who are adjacent and within 100 foot of the property. This is the map of the annexation, if approved. This is a portion of the parcel that will be annexed in this area to the north. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay. Council, do y'all have any questions before I open the public hearing? All right. I now declare the public hearing open for Eli Ridge. Anyone that would like to speak against this annexation, if you would step to the podium, state your name and your address. Anyone that would like to speak against the annexation of Eli Ridge? With none, anyone that would like to speak in favor of the annexation of Eli Ridge? Anyone that would like to speak in favor of the annexation of Eli Ridge, please step to the podium, state your name and address. With there being none, I will close this portion of the public hearing. And what is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept Eli Ridge annexation down to Winterville.
Have a motion on the floor made by Councilman Johnny Moore, second by Dr. Harrell, in favor of annexation. Any discussion? If none, please get your clicker and vote, please. Motion carried. Next item up for public hearing is Internet Sweepstakes Ordinance Amendments. Stephen?
Okay. And with the Internet Sweepstakes Ordinance Amendment, we are trying to stay ahead of the changes. There's a lot of ongoing local, state, federal changes to Internet Sweepstakes, so we want to stay ahead of it. In this ordinance amendment proposal, we are staff proposing to change Internet Sweepstakes as a permitted use in the general business and industrial zoning district to a special use within the general business and industrial zoning district. General, special uses would have to go before the Board of Adjustment for approval. This is to help stay more consistent with the city of Greenville, their restrictions, help to diversify the economy as well. Again, we are removing it from general business and industrial zoning district. It would only remain as special uses within those two zoning districts. There's a special requirement 44 as well that would be reviewed by the Board of Adjustment in their review. Special requirement 44 that has been updated for this amendment would state the following, that the following provisions must be met prior to any engagement of internet sweepstakes business. That each establishment shall be, no establishment can be existent within 1/2 mile radius of another internet sweepstakes. That no establishments shall be permitted within 1,000 foot from the property line of each of the following: public park, private school, existing or proposed in both of those, child care or daycare centers, public parks, libraries, churches, residentially zoned district, any existing multifamily dwelling, or single-family attached or detached dwelling. That the measure of the distance separation shall be a straight line from the closest point of the building to which the internet sweepstakes is located. That the applicant for approval of an internet sweepstakes shall provide a certified straight line drawing by a registered land surveyor within 30 days of the application to show that there is not a existing use within that distance, as well as other uses within the distance required in the previous letters. And that no establishment, store, or restaurant may have internet sweepstakes or devices without going through the Board of Adjustment for approval and clearly stating on the zoning compliance those specific uses. Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended this approval. We placed public hearing notices within the newspaper to meet state statute. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
Stephen, how many do we have in the city limits in town of Winterville at this time?
At this time, we should have 0. It is not a legal use. With that said, we found out about a week or 2 ago that a business has kind of snuck a couple in, and we're going to be having a meeting with the owner of that property actually this week.
Can you please explain to myself a little bit more, as well as people listening, those of us in the audience, exactly what the internet sweepstakes are?
Yeah,
in their
absolutely.
terms, so that they can understand it.
Sure. So they became really popular over the past few years. You see them a lot in some gas stations or places that'll call themselves internet sweepstakes or cafes. These are essentially gaming or gambling machines that people will place in their establishment. Right now, it is illegal to have them in North Carolina. A lot of times people are trying to find new and unique ways to kind of skirt the laws. I know you probably remember a few years ago, people were changing it from a game of chance to a game of skill by adding a little tiny game at the end of your session to see if you could kind of catch a certain aspect or a certain skillful aspect of it to try to skirt the laws. But all of it at the end of the day is an internet sweepstakes, which is considered gambling. Is there anything that I kind of missed on that, King? Thank you. Does that clearly?
Yes, it does. So just an additional question. So with it being illegal, right, and an internet sweepstakes of gambling, how are monies exchanged? And is this illegal? How does that work?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. That's another way that people have tried to skirt some of the rules as well. So historically, it was, it could have been cash, it could have been a card, directly to the machine, or some type of tokens that you purchase at a counter and then you use at the machines. Through the evolution of, I think, different laws and stuff, some of them changed it so that you would actually go onto an app and you would pay your money through an app, and then you'd have some type of token that would be represented on your end here in North Carolina. So there's a bunch of different ways that people pay for it, but it's essentially kind of gone through different avenues over time. Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions? Okay. If not, I now open the public hearing for Internet Sweepstakes and Ordinance Amendment. If anyone would like to speak against it, this ordinance, that they would step to the podium and state your name and address, if you would like to speak against this ordinance. Again, if anyone would like to speak against this ordinance, they could step to the podium. Seeing none, anyone that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance can step to the podium and state their name and address. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this Internet Sweepstakes Ordinance Amendment can step to the podium and state your name and address. If no one stepping forward, I declare this portion of the public hearing closed. What is the pleasure of the board?
I would like to move, now, are we making the motion one at a time? You said something about we would deal with them individually and then all of them, each one of them, okay. Okay. So then I would like to make a motion that we accept the Internet Sweepstakes Ordinance Amendment.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson, to accept the amendment for an Internet Sweepstakes Ordinance. If no discussion, please get your clicker and vote, please. Motion carried 4-1. 4-1. Motion carried. Motion is approved. Next up, we have as a tobacco shop ordinance amendment.
Okay, similarly with the Internet Sweepstakes, the zoning ordinance was created in year 2000. Since year 2000, things have changed a lot, especially tobacco shops. Tobacco shops used to be a cigar place you got cigars or cigarettes. Nowadays, what we generally see as tobacco stores are vape shops that have a wide variety of products in them nowadays. With that, we are proposing a update to the zoning ordinance to more closely reflect the modern use of what tobacco stores actually carry nowadays. This would entail a change from permitted uses in the central business, general business, intermediate commercial, commercial neighborhood, and industrial districts to only allowing them as special uses within the general business and industrial zoning districts. Again, special uses would have to go through the Board of Adjustment for approval. This is to more consistently reflect the ordinance similar to Greenville and other cities' restrictions, to help diversify the economy, and also to help limit advertisement and exposure to children and the youth. Again, we are proposing removing from central business, intermediate commercial, commercial neighborhood, general business, and industrial districts, and replacing it only within the general business and industrial zoning districts as special uses. This would entail special requirement 46. Special requirement 46, now the use, instead of just being a tobacco store, would be labeled tobacco, vape, smoke shop, and other chemically enhanced products. It would require that no such establishment shall be permitted within 1/2 mile radius of an existing tobacco, vape, smoke shop, or other chemically enhanced product store. That no establishment shall be permitted within 1,000 foot of the property line of any existing or proposed public or private schools, child care or daycare center, public park, library, church, residential zoning district, any multifamily dwelling, or any single-family attached or detached dwelling. That no such establishment may sell any of the items described within the definition section of this item of this use without obtaining approval from the Board of Adjustment for each item, as well as obtaining approval on the zoning ordinance certificate that clearly states the sale of each item. That a measure of distance separation shall be with a straight line to the building or unit in which the tobacco store is located. And that for approval of this use, the applicant shall provide a straight line drawing from a registered land surveyor demonstrating compliance and separation requirements. Planning and Zoning Board did approve, unanimously recommend approval of this use change. We placed public notices within the Daily Reflector to meet state statute. If anybody has any questions on this, I'm happy to answer.
Anybody on the board have any questions for Stephen? Okay. If not, I now open the public hearing for tobacco shop ordinance amendments. Anyone that would like to speak against the amendment, the ordinance amendment, please step to the podium, state your name and address if you would like to speak against this ordinance. Right. Now, if anyone would like to speak in favor of this ordinance, if they would please step to the podium, state your name and address. If you would like to speak in favor of this ordinance, please step to the podium, state your name and address. Okay. With none, I now close this part of the public hearing on the tobacco shop ordinance amendment. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move that we adopt the tobacco shop ordinance amendment.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell to approve the ordinance amendment. If no discussion, please get your clicker and vote, please. Motion carried. Stephen?
Okay, the next two are, we are looking at the agricultural residential zoning district as it pertains to multifamily developments and two-family, or more commonly called duplexes. This is something that I found to be, ever since starting here, kind of a strange use in the agricultural residential zoning district, and wanted to change it along with all of these ordinance changes if council agrees as well. So the amendment is proposing multifamily, and the next one's going to be two-family again, to be withdrawn or removed from the agricultural zoning district. The agricultural zoning district is intended for low-density residential and agricultural uses. The purpose of the district is generally to maintain lots of low density to ensure that residential developments requiring septic tanks or water wells will be developed at significantly low density to ensure a healthful environment. The comprehensive land use plan, the areas where agricultural residential zoning districts are located are designated as suburban residential, rural residential, conservation areas. Thus, as we can see, that multifamily developments would really be at odds with the recommendations of both the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive land use plan to be developed in those districts. Staff is recommending that the multifamily land use be amended to now require, so sites that are currently agricultural land use, and a owner wishes to build a multifamily development, they would have to come to town council now for approval of the rezoning, rather than currently, they would have to go to the Board of Adjustment for approval of a multifamily. Again, kind of a strange standard in our zoning ordinance compared to the rest of the requirements. So as you see here, we would be removing multifamily within the agricultural residential district. It would remain as a special use within multifamily, office and institutional, and central business districts with special requirement 2 and 42. The amendment would also remove reference to agricultural residential within special requirement number 2 as well, since it would no longer be permitted within that district. As we see here, the tan is agricultural residential. This is the area that we are talking about when we're considering these multifamily. Most of this area would be very strange for multifamily, as we generally would put multifamily in kind of the center of the city in a dense area. This is, as you see, kind of the fringes of Winterville that are agricultural residential. Same with the future land use plan. In the areas outside of the downtown area, it's labeled conservation, suburban residential, and rural residential. Again, at odds at such a dense development that you'd see at multifamily or two-family duplexes. Planning and Zoning Board did unanimously recommend approval of this ordinance amendment. We placed notice within the Daily Reflector to meet state statute as well. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
All right, anyone on the council have any questions for Stephen? If not, I now open the public hearing for the zoning ordinance amendment. Anyone that would like to speak against this amendment, please step to the podium, state your name and address. Anyone that would like to speak against this zoning ordinance, please step to the podium, state your name and address. Okay. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance, please step to the podium, state your name and address if you are in favor of this ordinance. Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed for this portion of the zoning ordinance amendment. What is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the zoning ordinance amendment.
That's that.
I have a motion made by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Rice. Forgive me, Councilwoman Robinson. Forgive me, Ms. Robinson.
That's that.
To approve the amendment. Any discussion before we vote with clicker? If none, please vote. Motion carried. Thank you, y'all. I do apologize.
And this is absolutely identical to the previous presentation. Instead of multifamily residential, we are looking at two-family. Again, that's duplexes in most common term. We're looking at, again, the zoning ordinance and comprehensive land use plan. It would be really at odds to put a duplex out in the fringe areas of Winterville. We generally look at the more dense development in the heart of Winterville. This does not mean that somebody cannot come back and do multifamily or duplexes in those areas. It just would require them to come to town council for approval of the zoning district rather than straight to Board of Adjustment for approval for a two-family product. This is showing the removal of two-family within the agricultural residential district. It would still remain as a special use within office and institutional and R8 zoning districts, and permitted uses outright within the R6 and multifamily residential zoning districts. There is special requirement number 2 for this as well. With that said, we would be removing the reference of agricultural residential within special requirement number 2, since it is no longer permitted within that zoning district. As we see again with the tan areas, it's kind of the fringes of Winterville. It's areas that would be stranger for more dense development, recommending that they go forward with a rezoning rather than through the current route of a Board of Adjustment. Same with the future land use plan. Conservation, suburban residential, rural residential dominates areas that are zoned agricultural residential. Therefore, it'd be unique to put something so dense within those areas. Planning and Zoning Board heard this and unanimously recommended approval of this amendment. We notified through public hearing, through the Daily Reflector to meet state statute requirements. If anybody has any questions on this, happy to answer as well. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Anyone? If not, I now open a public hearing for the variance text amendment. Anyone would like to speak against this, please step to the podium, state your name and address. Anyone that would like to speak against this, please step to the podium, state your name and address. Anyone would like to speak in favor of it, can step to the podium and state their name and address if you would like to speak in favor of this. With none, I now declare the public hearing closed on the variance text amendment. What's the pleasure of the board?
We're not on the variance text amendment yet. We're still on number 4.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
This is the second half of.
Second, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm sorry, the zoning.
I was confused too.
Yeah, zoning ordinance amendment. I apologize. Zoning. Let me retract that. The zoning ordinance amendment.
I move for approval.
I second.
Got a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Smith. Any discussion?
I have a clarification. This is to approve the content changes and how they affect the zoning ordinance for public hearing items 2 through 4.
This is just the second half of number 4.
Everybody good on that?
The zoning ordinance amendment. Everybody good?
So just for clarity, the first part of this, number 4, was multifamily homes.
Yes, ma'am.
That you would have to go to planning and zoning. They would have to come to planning and zoning as opposed to Board of Adjustments, just for clarification.
Yes, ma'am, that's essentially it. So the first one was multifamily residential that they would have to, like you said, come, if they did wish to ever do a multifamily, they'd have to come to planning and zoning and council for a rezoning rather than through the Board of Adjustment, the way it's kind of set up now. That's correct. The second one is just for two-family, which is duplexes essentially.
And it's essentially the same changes to both. One was multifamily, that definition, and this one deals with duplexes. Same changes.
But they would have to come to planning and zoning and town council as opposed to just going to Board of Adjustment.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes.
And will you explain what happens when it goes to the Board of Adjustment for everyone's?
Yeah, so the Board of Adjustment really reviews things like this in such a different light than town council would. Board of Adjustment is looking at findings of fact. So they're looking at, does it meet this criteria, this criteria, this criteria? And if so, then they have to, by law, approve that use. You are looking at, it could be the exact same site, same proposed, at so many different areas to make sure that it does meet different standards, rules, future land use and comprehensive land use plan that the public reviewed and voted on when it was initially created, if that makes sense.
Fee, isn't there a fee to go before the Board of Adjustment?
There is a fee, it's $500. It would probably be similar to a rezoning fee, though honestly, rezoning fees are around $1,000.
And the decision is,
So the decision would come through town council for locations of agricultural, or locations of multifamily residential and duplexes with this route.
right, and with the Board of Adjustment,
With the Board of
whatever the
Adjustment,
decision is, it stands.
that's correct, yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Unless it's appealed, and then it's appealed to Superior Court.
And of course, what Steve's proposed is we take it away from the Board of Adjustment and bring it to you. The town board has a lot more latitude. You can look at a lot more, consider a lot more things. The Board of Adjustment sort of serves as almost like a mini trial, and you have evidence and sworn in, and it's a lot more restrictive. So there's a lot more latitude in this board and what you can think about and do and versus the Board of Adjustment.
All right, we do have a motion on the floor, unless anyone else have any other comments. If not, you can vote, please. Motion carried for zoning ordinance amendment Part B. Part 2 or Part B?
Duplex side, yes, sir.
Uh-huh. All right. So Stephen, you up again?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next, we have variance language ordinance amendment. The state has changed the criteria in which a city or jurisdiction can vote on variances. Believe it or not, we have to, even if we had a Board of Adjustment variance case last month, we would have had to use this new standard regardless. So we're just updating our zoning ordinance to reflect the actual language that the state requires nowadays. That is that a variance when unnecessary hardships would result from carrying out the strict letter of a zoning regulation, the Board of Adjustment shall vary any of the provisions of the zoning regulations upon showing all of the following. Number one is that the unnecessary hardship results from the strict application of the ordinance. Number two, the hardship results from conditions that are particular to the property. Three, that the hardship is not a self-created hardship. And four, that the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. We are also adding or recommending to add this note right here that is something that we always tell applicants, but I do like it to be very clear in the ordinance that the applicant bears, and this is straight from the state as well, that the applicant bears the burden of presenting sufficient factual evidence to support findings of facts that allow the board to reasonably reach each of the required conclusions in accordance with North Carolina general statute. If the applicant fails to meet that burden, the board has no choice but to deny that application. So I like that being in the ordinance, just to give a FYI to the applicant that it is their responsibility to provide enough evidence. Thank you. Anybody has any questions? Oh, sorry. Planning and Zoning Board met on this, did recommend approval unanimously. We placed public hearings within the Daily Reflector to meet state statutes. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Stephen on the variance text amendment? If none, I now open the public hearing on the variance text amendment. If you would like to speak against it, please step to the podium, state your name and address. If you'd like to speak against it, please step to the podium, state your name and address. If you'd like to speak for this, please step to the podium and state your name and address. If you'd like to speak in favor of this variance text amendment, please step to the podium, state your name and address. With there being none, I now close this portion of the public hearing. What is the pleasure of the board on the variance text amendment?
That's second?
Got a motion made by Dr. Brandon Harrell, Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell, second by Councilman Johnny Moore, to adopt the variance text amendment. Any discussion? If none, please vote by clicking the clicker. Motion carried.
Okay, for the very last one, this one's fairly simple as well. Flood damage prevention ordinance.
We need to vote. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah. So now what we're gonna ask you to do is to vote on 2 through 5. How do you wanna word it, Ken?
I think what we just did was an individual vote on each amendment. Now you're actually voting to take those individual amendments, the 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, you take the 4 amendments and amend your zoning ordinance with that information. So it's a small distinction, but now you're voting to actually amend the zoning ordinance.
Would be zoning ordinance 24.
That's correct. They prepared the ordinance at 24, ordinance 61.
Action that, so I move that we approve items 2 through 5 and the zoning ordinance 24-0-061 draft update.
Have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell, to amend 2 through 5. And to accept the zoning ordinance 24-0-061, correct?
That's right.
Right.
That's the actual amendment
All right.
ordinance itself.
Ordinance itself, okay. Any discussion? If none, vote by hitting your clicker. Motion carry. Yes, sir.
Could I say one thing, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Jump in. The town manager handed me this note a few minutes ago. Is it okay if I read it?
Absolutely.
This is a note from Councilwoman Hawkins, and it just says, my intention was to vote for the internet sweepstakes amendment. I want these new restrictions, and she asked the question, can my vote be amended? And to address that, I actually looked at this about a year ago for this board, that while the voting is ongoing, you can change your vote. But once the voting is on that particular matter is ended, the vote's tallied, and then the mayor moves us to the next matter on the agenda, it's too late then to change your vote. What I would say, this is just, if during, I guess you could do it now or certainly during your comments later, you could put in the minutes that you would like to address that particular matter. So it's in the minutes, to sort of address how your vote went. That might be a way, but I'm sorry, unfortunately, once the vote's tallied and we moved on to the tobacco shop ordinance, could be changed.
Absolutely. Can I speak on it now, or should I wait until the end?
It's up to y'all. I mean,
In the comment, yeah, in the comment section, when we go around.
thank you, Mayor. I just
Thank
wanted to
you.
address that.
All right. Now, Steve. All right.
Okay, we're on to the flood damage prevention ordinance. So the town had their every few years, we are audited with a community assistance visit. It's a floodplain audit. We had ours in April. The North Carolina Department of Public Safety reviewed our floodplain documents, our procedures, our all of our information, and we had really good feedback from the state. We're in really good standings at our procedures and our documents. There were some very, very, very minor changes to the floodplain ordinance that you have in front of you. Most of it actually is dates, some changes to some document titles, very small changes like that. Staff recommends that we approve the flood prevention ordinance amendment as the state recommended and requested. All of these are directly from the state and changed within our ordinance as they recommended. Place notice within the daily reflector to meet the requirements. If anybody has any questions on this, happy to answer.
Anyone have any questions for Steve?
Thank you.
If not, I now open the public hearing for flood damage ordinance amendment. Anyone like to speak against it, please step to the podium. Anyone that'd like to speak against it, please step to the podium. Anyone like to speak in favor of it, please step to the podium, state your name and address. Anyone like to speak in favor of this, please step to the podium, state your name and address. With none, I now close the public hearing on the flood damage ordinance amendment. What is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the flood damage ordinance C amendment.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman Hawkins to approve the flood damage ordinance amendment. Any discussion? Only thing I was gonna say, I was with Stephen and the person from North Carolina that came down, and we toured the town and got really good feedback from the young lady that does this. She came up from Wilmington, and she said everything looked in order, all the paperwork and everything at the time. So that was pretty good to hear. So if you could vote now, please, by clicking your clicker. The motion carried. Thank you. Next up is Next up is our public comment section. To read this, it's the public comment period of 30 minutes provide an opportunity for residents to comment on any items included in the agenda or to address the town council on any other matter related to the town of Winterville for an item included in the public hearing section of the agenda. Residents should address the council at the time the mayor invites public comments on the items. No public comment may be made to the council during the meeting except during the public comment period or as part of the public hearing. Individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and no more than 3 speakers may address the council on a single matter. The town council may elect to take no action on the matter addressed by a speaker, may schedule the matter for further consideration at a further council meeting, or may refer the matter to town staff for disposition. Copies of the public comment period policy are available in the rear of the assembly room, and we do have one that has signed up, and it is Miss Cindy Proctor. Okay, could you step there, state your name and address, Ms. Proctor, and when you get there, you have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I have to use my laptop because my printer wouldn't work. Okay, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, thank you for inviting me to speak before you to express my concerns, not on just my behalf, but the community of Southridge as a whole on the issue of feral cats and the lack of intervention in the last 8 years since I moved to the town of Winterville. I'd like to let you know that I spoke with a neighbor when I first arrived, and he asked that if he could keep the cats out of my yard, would I allow him to let them stay? And I said, okay, but in my mind, I knew that was not going to be a doable thing because he works full-time. So over time, the cats, I'm reading off my notes, I'm sorry. The issue is when I open my front door, there's odor, they're tearing up the yard, there are bugs as a result of these feral cats. The neighbor's also been throwing rocks at my house to try and keep them off. They've been on the roof, they're destroying the roof. The asphalt is coming off. And last week, I had occasion to trap 3 cats at one time. I couldn't believe I caught 3. But somebody had dropped a mama with the whole litter, and they were in my backyard, just romping and having a good old time. But something needs to be done because I'm at a point where I feel like it's starting to affect my quality of life. You know, I can't get out. As you can see, I walk with 2 canes. It's hard for me to get out there and clean up my yard. The cat do, but I've got mosquitoes, I've got flies. I can't use my backyard. I put up a weather vane that I spent $90 for, and the cats jumped on it and broke it, so I had to throw it away. I had a bird feeder out, and I have not been able to use the bird feeder. I've put down rocks to the tune of over $1,000 around my house to prevent them from, you know, going in the yard around surrounding my house. And it's just created a really hard problem for me. And not just for me, my neighbors, they have dogs. The dogs bark when the cats are there. So it's like a constant, you know, battle to feel like my retirement is not what I expected it to be. It's just, you know, I like the town of Winterville. I commend the services that I've used so far, the EMTs, the police department, the sanitation department. Everything seems to work fine here. I love living here, but the cats are an issue. It's really bad. And I learned from Dr. Harrell, who helped me out last week, I thank you so much, that we haven't had animal control since 2019. And I just can't imagine what the population has grown to. And I understand they were doing a catch, release, and return to the neighborhood, but that doesn't solve the problem of them, you know, creating havoc. I can't have patio furniture out because it's the lounge for the cats.
Ms. Proctor, your 3 minutes is up.
It's up.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I made my point.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
We
you very
appreciate it.
much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And if you'd like to add any additional, if you could send what you like in writing to us.
I will.
Please.
I will.
Okay. I just
Thank
wanted to
you.
make sure we are heading to the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never spoken
Yes,
out
yes,
like this
ma'am.
before, so it's my first time. But thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for bringing that concern.
Mayor, Councilman Moyes asked me to address animal control, and I'll be glad to try to do that. I'm Terry, I'm the town manager.
Yes.
So let me just say that staff met with County Animal Services last Tuesday. We're in the process of trying to work with them to see if, in fact, the county can begin animal control services in Winterville. There'll be some things that need to happen before that occurs. So we anticipate an early fall kickoff, if you will. The challenge is going to be, and it's for everybody who's having feral cat problems, that is something that is going to continue to be a challenge. Bay Day, which handles a lot of feral cat colonies, has closed business. Animal Services, County Animal Services, is in the process of trying to figure out how to resume and take over some of their services. But again, the nature of cats and what they do makes them a little different than dogs, as everyone well knows. And I would ask Cliff and/or Chief Williams to correct me. It is my understanding that for those people who feed feral cats, take care of feral cats, or whether they're feral or not, they, in essence, by law, own those cats.
Sure.
So if in fact they're cats that are tearing up your property, if they belong to someone and you can denote who that is, then you could theoretically take a civil action out against those people. Cats will be part of animal control services, but there's just not going to be a wholesale resolution to how to handle those. There's a lot of space taken up at animal services currently by cat populations. It'll be whether or not there's room as to whether they can pick up cats, et cetera. I just want to warn everybody that though we're working on a better solution, there's still not going to be 100% solution.
But to do nothing, especially in 5 years, is not a solution.
Well, we have provided cat traps. I won't say we haven't done anything, but in terms of trapping, delivering, et cetera, that has been on
I
the
have been
property
told
owners.
repeatedly that we don't have room, we can't come and get them, or we're, it's like there's always been an excuse. And I'm just like, in 8 years, I have never been able to get anyone to come to my property.
I'm sorry that that's been in your experience. I'll be more than happy to talk with you further. But again, cats, and by the very nature,
Yeah.
it's a challenge.
But I feel like it's being forced upon me, and it's like not, I feel like I shouldn't have to move from my house because of cats, because I may go to someplace else and they might be there.
I would agree, but I would venture to say that most entities deal with animal issues.
Right, no, and I understand it, but you gotta come up with some kind of contingency plan. There's just gotta be something.
And I think we do have one.
Yes,
And-
and we will,
Okay.
and like she said, if you can, address it with, the town manager and, maybe get an appointment with her, y'all can sit down and talk about
Be
it.
fine. I just want to be very honest
Right.
with everybody to not expect a wholesale
Trust
solution
me, I
to
understand
cats.
that.
So, but we'll keep the public up to speed as we
All right.
move forward with our meetings with the county.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Ms. Parker, I got one question.
Yes, sir?
Yes.
That was-
Oh, partner.
Yeah, Parker, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yes, there is a great cost to manage program like this.
Yes, and let me be clear, anything the town has provided has been part-time at best. We have never had full animal control services. We have had a split part-time service between Public Works and Police. But you need more than a part-time service to address some of the things that we hear about, and that's why the county hopefully is amenable to working with us in a partnership. There will be a cost, but I think it's certainly manageable. Once I get all the details together, I will let council know what's happening, and hopefully we'll be before you all asking for approval in early fall.
I got a question about, in my neighborhood, of course, we have lots and lots of cats around. And it seems like they multiply, but it's not baby cats. It's adult cats. I wonder, is there any way that those cats could be checked for a chip? Because a lot of these cats act like they are, someone's pet, and maybe got old, or the person moved away, that kind of a thing.
I certainly, we can try to see if we can do that. If you'll just let us know where they are, and we'll try to see what we can do.
Because I'm thinking that way we could hold the owner responsible for that cat.
Well, it's my understanding that even if they don't have a chip, but if somebody's taking care of them, then they're inadvertently going to be responsible for them. So that's something I want everybody to kind of know when they're making decisions on some of these animals. Don't get me wrong, I love animals.
And not only,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ms. Moore, yeah, I'm sorry.
but not only just cats. We do have an issue with dogs also. Ones that walking around without a leash on them, and that is a problem. And I have shared it with our council. Situation that happened to myself and my grandson, and it was very fearful. And even talk about that today, and that happened 2 years ago almost. So cats and especially dogs, yes. that is something that we definitely need to look at and see, can we get it under control? But it does help.
Can I just ask a question of when we're speaking of if someone is feeding that cat or someone owns that cat in some way, shape, or form, can we share, what would be that consequence? Would the owner receive a citation? What would be the result of this to help to minimize them feeding the cat, taking the responsibility of feeding the cat, but letting it run to and fro? What is the consequence for that?
That's gonna basically come down to a civil action between property owners.
Well, thank you all for all the comments. This is a hot issue.
Yeah,
And we're gonna get some resolve
we
with it.
gotta get it.
So, but we're gonna move on with the agenda. Next up is the consent agenda.
I move for approval of this consent agenda.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilman Moore to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion before we move on? If none, if you would get your clicker and vote. Motion carry.
Okay. So the next item has to do with our Winterville Human Relations Board update and appointments. And Councilwoman Hawkins, may I ask for your assistance on this item? In some of the amended documents that you all received tonight, you received a copy of Councilwoman Hawkins's well-done PowerPoint that she presented to the people interested in serving at our informational meeting that was held, that was last month?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So you all have a copy of that. I feel like we had 3 interested members that attended our meeting, and I felt like that there was a great presentation and then a good question and answer session. And Councilwoman Hawkins, I don't know if you wanted to say anything about that meeting?
Yes, so we invited the applicants to come in and to review, to share. I was able to share the PowerPoint in terms of what the Human Relations Board purpose is, what our mission is, what we actually want to do at the core of having an established Human Relations Board. There was a variety of information in terms of membership and how you're voted in, and the terms of service. And so at the conclusion of this presentation, we also shared who the current members were and the vacancies. But at the conclusion, there was a question-answer session, and we left with clarity in terms of what we wanted to do. The attendees were very excited about it, and we said that we would bring it back before the town council to move forward on it.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Hawkins. So at the time that the agenda went out in its latest update, we had 4 applications of interest. We have 3 seats to fill. We have a total, yes? Correct, so that's why I'm only saying 4. Thank you, Donald. We have a total of 6 seats, 3 are filled, and I will say that all 3 current members of the board were present at that informational meeting. So that was good. And then you all have the names on your agenda abstract of the 4 that have expressed interest. I will say, we did receive application this morning for someone who's interested in 2 of our boards, but the agenda had already gone out. So that person's name, and I believe she's here this evening, is not included. However, we're so appreciative and want to make sure that we hold the application and ready for the next time. So we will keep you informed of what's happening and make sure you know, Ms. Jones, what's going on. So thank you for your interest. You have the following names: Deidre Gregory, I hope I say this name, Shatoria Roach, Rashana Carmen, and James Jones. Again, you will need to appoint, if you so choose tonight, 3 people.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of appointing, do we just select one or more, or how does that work?
So I believe the way we have it set up tonight is if we could go through each seat one by one. So if somebody wants to make a motion to appoint someone, then we can take a vote one at a time. Is that the way we've got it set up to move forward? That way, you can use the
Clicker.
voting software for each person.
All right, so the first one will be, if that's y'all desire, is that everybody's desire to appoint these? Okay, all right. Well then, let's go with, what is it, Deidre Gregory? Oh,
Go ahead, Don.
sorry.
I think the thinking was that someone on the board would
Appoint.
nominate
Okay,
one
I'm
of
sorry.
those 4.
All right,
Then we would vote on that person.
okay, I'm sorry.
And this is
And the-
what we anticipate doing with all of our appointments tonight, so it may take a little longer, but I think it will be more specific and simplistic.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry.
Because we, in most cases, may have more than the number of seats available.
Okay.
Maybe more applicants than there are seats available.
So the floor is open for nomination.
All right, so,
There we go.
all right, so I'd like to make a nomination to appoint Rashana Carmen to the Human Relations Board.
Got a nomination on the floor for Rashana Carmens. Is there any more nominations? Any more
We're
nominations?
going to vote on Ms. Carmen.
Second that nomination.
Okay,
I got a question.
yes, sir.
I see that she's present serving on the Recreation Advisory Board.
That's correct.
Do you want to have someone to be working on 2 boards? And
As long as they meet, I think, as long as they meet the criteria and there's no conflict, the time between the 2, correct?
Presently, there is no restriction from serving on more than one advisory board at the same time.
And we don't have the end date for their terms on these boards either. James Jones is on the planning and zoning. Don't know when his term ends.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the floor. I forgot who made the motion. Dr. Harrell made the motion, and second by Ms. Robinson, Councilwoman Robinson, to nominate Rashonda Carmen. If you all vote by clicking your,
Wait, Willie?
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Okay. If you all vote by clicking your clicker, Ms. Carmen. And motion carried, Ms. Carmen, congratulations. You're on the Human Relations Council.
Mayor, we just found the answer to the question. Mr. Jones's term will run through June of next year. So he has 1 year remaining on his existence.
Okay, seat number 2 is up.
All right,
Well, I'd like to nominate, Mr. James Jones, for candidate.
Second.
have a motion made by Councilman Moy, second by Dr. Harrell to nominate Mr. James Jones, Human Relations Counsel. Any other discussion? I know, that's what I'm waiting, I'm looking at him to tell everybody.
Waiting for the
Waiting,
slide.
waiting
to
for the
come up
slide
you
so you
vote.
can make sure you vote on the right person.
Okay. Willie is the software guru this evening. Okay, folks, ready?
If you're ready, please vote. Click in your clicker. A motion is carried. Congratulations, Mr. James Jones on the Human Relations Council. Then we need one more?
One more.
One more?
I make a motion that we excuse me. I'd like to nominate Shatoria Roach to be appointed as a member of the Winterville Human Relations Board.
Motion, do we have a second?
A second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Hawkins, second by Councilman Moy to nominate Ms. How you say it?
Shatoria.
Shatoria Roach. Any discussion?
Yes. She was not at the informational meeting, right? She did not attend the informational meeting?
Not listed as a.
That's correct.
He was not here. That's Deborah Gregory.
I didn't. I thought that's, is that right?
That's
Am I
correct.
correct?
You are correct.
Okay.
So it's-
I just, was there a reason?
I
Given-
don't know that we were aware of a reason.
All right. Well, we have a motion on the floor.
If I may, Mr. Jones was not there either.
He said, he's in the hospital.
Oh, I did not know
Yes.
that. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, there's a motion on the floor, so, if no other discussion, please vote by clicking your clicker for Ms. Roach.
Yeah. So we're in midst of vote now, so discussion is on
Yeah,
the floor now.
I'm
So,
sorry.
I did have a follow-up before, but we're in the midst of voting, so I'm gonna just go ahead with my vote.
King,
Yes.
sorry, to catch you.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was,
We have, well, Ms. Robertson's voted. Ms. Hawkins had another question.
so the mayor's already, called for the vote.
So I'll vote through, but let's just follow the procedure.
If,
I did not, I did not.
It's
see it.
okay.
I didn't.
Because my nomination was for the young lady I was present, and I really thought that was Shatoria as opposed to Deborah, but, so.
So before we advance the slide, once the voting's over and before we advance the slide, we can revisit the issue.
yes, I mean,
Once the slide's advanced, the voting's closed.
that's
Right.
correct.
That's
I mean,
right. Let's go.
At any time, while, in the example I've used before, if you've got 15 people voting and the second person votes and you're at number 12, you can still go back and vote. But once the 15 people have voted, in this case, our 5, and you close it out, there's no more discussion. Or you can't change your vote, in other words.
So can you please vote, please, for Ms. Roach?
Go ahead and do that.
My only reservation is that that has been properly paid.
Wait. The motion did not pass. Now we can open up for discussion. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was trying to make sure that they know the motion did not pass for Ms. Roach. Now, I'm gonna start back with, Councilwoman Hawkins, then I come to Councilwoman Robinson, okay? You had something you was trying to say, so now,
So during the informational session, we were introduced to many of those applicants for the first time. So place a name or face, I don't have a picture in front of me. So with learning that the person who I thought I was nominated was actually absent, I don't feel comfortable in doing so. And so now I would like to make another nomination if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
I would like to nominate Deidre Gregory to be appointed to the Winterville Human Relations Board.
I'll second that nomination.
got a motion made by Councilwoman Hawkins, second by Councilwoman Robinson. Is any discussion? Ms. Robinson, you-
The only reason I, made the motion, voted that way was because that has been the problem with our Human Relations Board all along, attendance. So I would want someone who really, I felt like, showed that they were interested enough to set aside time to come to the meeting. That's it.
And before you all vote, I just want to call council's attention to the fact we did have another attendee, but it was subsequently determined she did not live in Winterville. So unfortunately, we had to inform her accordingly. So just wanted to let everybody know that that's why we're not discussing this part.
okay? If no more discussion, any other discussion? If none, can you hit your clickers? Go down. Motion carried. Oh, you roll.
I know that's a little tedious, but I do think it helps us
Okay,
be specific.
all right. Okay, now we'll move on to new business.
Yes, sir.
The 24-25 fiscal year budget ordinance.
Mayor, I'm looking at Ms. Manning, our finance director. The ordinance has been drafted and presented to you in conjunction with the last draft you received. So I'm not aware that there are any changes, Jessica. So we ask that you approve the fiscal year 24-25 budget ordinance as presented.
Make a motion that we, okay, that's fine.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilman Moy.
But the rest of us right here.
Any discussion on the draft budget? I mean, on the budget, or ordinance. If none, please click your clicker, please. Motion carry 4-1. Motion carry 4-1.
And Mayor, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you to staff. Your hard work behind the scenes to do the budget does not go unnoticed. I stated before, I support you. I appreciate everything that you do. I wanted to ensure that COLA raises and merit raises stayed in place, but I do still express my concern that we have done a lot in the way of increases recently, and I felt more comfortable closer to the 40 cent per $100 valuation, which is why I recommended that and voted for that. But it is nothing to do with staff. I realize the needs of the town. I wish that our board had done all these things more incrementally for our constituents.
Thank you. All right. Next up is a change order for Trip Brothers Incorporated regarding the Railroad Street paving contract. Mr. McCullough.
He's excited to be with you this evening.
Okay.
Always, always. Evening, Mayor and Council. This thing is right. You see the abstract that Mr. Bowers put together for you guys, he's out of town. It's for the 8 change orders for the paving project that we're hopefully is coming to a close here shortly. It feels like it's been going on for 10 years. Let's see, roughly, looks like $158,000 total for, we had to replace water lines that were dilapidated, had lead goosenecks, lead surfaces, things that the state are making us get rid of. So this is just a abstract to approve all those change orders.
I move that we approve the change order for Tripp Brothers.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Hawkins to approve the change orders for Tripp Brothers. Any discussion? If none, hit your clicker, please. The motion carried. Thank you. The comprehensive site-specific master plan contract award. Ms. White.
Good evening. So the main purpose of the main purpose of the comprehensive and site-specific master plan is basically to identify the current state of Parks and Recreation in Winterville and to develop a realistic plan of action for the future, focusing on staffing, programming, facilities, parks, trails, and agency growth. With the site-specific master plan, it thoroughly evaluates the town's current and future needs for the new multipurpose center and associated property. The comprehensive plan thoroughly evaluates the town's current and future needs for the parks and recreation facilities. A practical strategy over the next 10 years will help guide the decisions of the town's leadership and town council, and also be provided for helping with the continued development of the department parks and recreation facilities and programs. And a request for qualifications was advertised, and prepared proposals based on qualifications were submitted by the deadline May 29th. Based off the proposal review experience in the highest cumulative score, staff recommends approval of McGill Associates as the consultant to complete the comprehensive and site-specific plan pending contract negotiations.
Mayor, if I may, Diane, these are two documents.
Correct. The comprehensive plan and the site-specific master plan.
Okay, and that's for the multipurpose facility.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to be clear on those deliverables.
Okay. So it's two different things.
Two documents. I think we're bringing it to you as one award,
Correct.
Right, okay.
but two deliverables.
Two different.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right. So anybody have any other questions for Ms. White? Oh, well, I have any questions for Ms. White? If none, what is the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve the comprehensive and site-specific master plan contract award.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Hawkins, second by Dr. Brandy Harrell, Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell. Any discussion? If none, please vote by hitting your clicker. Motion carried. Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you.
I said Diane, but Ms. White, I'm sorry. Planning and Zoning Board appointments, Stephen?
Good evening, Board. So we have 5 people who are, their terms are expiring at the end of this month. Ms. Peggy Clybourne, Ms. Darlene Gardner, Mr. Douglas Killian, Mr. Gregory Monroe, and Mr. Michael Weldon are expiring at the end of this month. They all wish to seek reappointment if the board wishes to reappoint. Anybody has any questions, happy to answer. There are a list of 5 other additional applicants on the abstract agenda as well.
And those additional applicants are?
Those additional applicants are Anthony Bell, Jason Bunch, Corbett Harris, Glenn E. Johnson, and Jonathan Powell.
And folks, again, I know it's tedious, but we would like to carry you through that same process we just went through with the Human Relations Board.
Yeah.
Good question. The additional applicants, would we go through them as well?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats to either reappoint or fill. So we're asking for nominations and votes just like we did. So you've got all 5 that have served who would like to be reappointed. But you have 5 additional applicants. We were asked to provide the wholesale bank of interest.
So as far as like, if we wanted to nominate one of the additional applicants for one of the seats, we would be able to do that?
Yes, but you have to decide who they're replacing.
Okay.
The floor is open.
I nominate Gregory Monroe for the planning zone.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Have a motion for Gregory Monroe. Motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Hawkins. Any discussion? If none, please hit your clicker.
Almost ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Willie. We went a little bit too fast.
I'm just thankful he's doing it than me trying to do it and keep up.
Okay, can you use your clicker, please? Motion carry for Gregory Monroe to be reappointed. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Douglas Killian.
I second.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilman Moy. Douglas Killian. Any discussion? No discussion. Hold on. So you click. Willie's got to bring it up. Can you vote, please? Sorry. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Motion carried for Mr. Douglas Killian. Next up,
I move that we nominate Michael Weldon for Planning and Zoning Board.
Second.
and a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson for Mr. Michael Weldon. Any discussion while he's getting that up? And anybody have any discussion? Can you please vote now? We have a 4-1 vote. Motion for Mr. Michael Weldon passed. Next up,
Nominate Darlene Gardner.
Second.
motion made by Councilwoman Robinson, second by Councilwoman Smith. for Darlene Gardner. Any discussion with what he's getting? Attendance, Stephen, are these, well, I'm asking, I was looking this up, attendance, how are the attendance with these, people?
All 5 of the existing, members of the Planning and Zoning Board that are up for, expired terms, they're great attendees.
Thank you. Can you please vote now? Motion carried, unanimous. Ms. Gardner. Next up. Got one more seat?
One more.
Got one more seat.
I'd like to nominate Anthony Bell.
I second.
Have a motion on the floor for Anthony Bell. Motion made by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell, second by Councilwoman Hawkins. Any discussion before, while he's putting it up on the? Can you vote now, please? Unanimous vote for Mr. Bell. Thank you all. And so these are your new 5 board members. Also, too, thank you all for your patience. I'm talking to the board on this voting, being patient.
Mayor, I see Mr. Killian's here, but I would just like to thank those that have served on the planning board, those that are willing to serve. It's a thankless job sometimes, but we appreciate everyone's interest.
Echo the same sentiment. Next up.
Okay, good evening, council. I've got one more for you and then I'll be done. Board of Adjustment, reappointments or appointments. We have 3 seats that are expiring. All 3 are seeking reelection. The first one, Mr. Edward A. Reynolds. Second one is Alfred A. Phillips. Third one is Jeffrey Earl Briley. I will say, Mr. Briley is an ETJ member, so we would need to replace or fill that with an ETJ seat if somebody did seek to go a separate route with that one. So if approved tonight, I will contact Pitt County Commissioners to reappoint Mr. Briley if the board chooses tonight. We do have one additional applicant, Mr. Jonathan Powell, as well. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer. I will say all 3 of these are good attendees as well.
Thank you.
Stephen, Jonathan Powell's in town. So Jonathan Powell is in town, so he would either, but he would be considered for one of the in
one of the
town,
2,
which is
right.
both 1 or 2.
1 or 2.
Mr. Briley's out of town.
What about I know the Board of Adjustment does not meet all the time, but, for its attendance for these members.
He said.
Yeah, all of these are good attendance, have good attendance records.
Have any nomination?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Mr. Phillips.
Second nomination.
Okay. Got a motion made by Councilman Moy, second by Councilwoman Robinson for Alfred Phillips to be reappointed. I'm getting that up in a discussion. I was asked a question, Ken. That we had I'm just hypothetically, if we just said it, we want to keep the whole slate, because we had just voted on the whole slate, or you still wanted to do it as one?
I think we're looking to have it in, individual
I'm sorry.
vote. Yes, sir.
Terry always want to be different.
I want to be specific.
No, I'll just miss. Okay, can you please vote for, Mr. Phillips? Motion carried for Mr. Phillips. Thank you. We need to appoint or reappoint someone else. The floor is open for either reappointment or appointment. Right, Keith?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make the nomination to reappoint Mr. Jeffrey Briley.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Brandy Harrell, Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell, second by Councilwoman Smith, to reappoint Jeffrey Earl Briley as our ETJ member. Make sure I specify that. Yeah. Any discussion by Willis getting in? And that just means that he stays outside the city limits. Yeah. Can you please vote for Mr. Briley? Motion carried for Mr. Briley. We have one seat open for either reappointment or appointment.
Make a motion for Mr. Reynolds.
A second.
Have a motion on the floor by Councilman Moy, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, to reappoint Ed Reynolds. Any discussion? Willie's bringing up Mr. Reynolds. Can you vote now? Motion carried. And again, like Terry echoed earlier, thank you to the Board of Adjustment, to everyone that serves up there. We appreciate what you do. It's a thankless job. We appreciate what you do. Next up is the Recreation Advisory, Ms. White. And you have 3?
So currently, the Recreation Advisory Board has 3 resident members whose term expires at the end of June. All 3 have requested to be appointed to an additional term. The 3 are Randy Bowers, Kirby Bryson, and Carolyn Wazik. Staff recommends that all current members, as listed above, be appointed to an additional 2-year term on the Recreation Advisory Board.
But you do have 2 other applicants.
Right.
They all have good attendance.
2 of them, yes. Kirby is about half.
I'd like to make a motion that we reappoint Randy Bowers to the Recreation Board.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Harrell, to reappoint Randy Bowers. Any discussion? Any kiss? Bowers. Okay, could you, vote, council, please? Unanimous vote for Mr. Bowers.
I'd like to make a nomination for reappointment for Carolyn Wasnick.
Second?
Motion made by Councilwoman Dr. Brandon Correll, second by Councilman Boyd for Carolyn Wassick. Any discussion? Excuse me.
Mayor, you seconded that.
Boyd?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Motion was made by Dr. Correll, second by Mr. Okay, can you please vote? Unanimous, Ms. Wazik?
He goes by CJ.
CJ, okay. Now, still have one of, either appointment or reappointment.
Who was, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
who, can I ask the question?
Yes, sir.
about, who was the other two candidates?
The additional applicants were John Powell and Jonathan Powell.
Right.
Very unusual,
Yeah.
but they are two separate folks.
John Powell and Jonathan Powell.
And then we do have an alternate, as well, that's already serving.
So I do have a comment. So when we look at the applicants, is there like, I know we have the abstract, right? Do we get to know anything about them, their contributing factors, or just, I mean,
You should have a copy of the application.
so the copy of the application is within the, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do we, can we get like a second to like skim through it, or this should have been something I should have done, but, yeah.
Well, let me clarify something. You didn't get them originally. You got reappointments only. Then after further discussion at the agenda review meeting, and staff from this point forward will be providing you with all applications.
Y'all can have time to skim
Just
through.
to
Yeah.
skim through.
You're right, yeah.
Just to be comfortable in your,
I'm gonna take a 5-minute recess. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess. We'll be right back. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Everybody has to go now. Thank you for asking.
And, yes, ma'am. I don't like to take this
like to resume our meeting? Would like to resume our meeting? We'll have one appointment to make, or reappointment to make, for the Recreation Advisory Board.
I nominate John Powell for the Recreation Advisory Board.
A second.
Just as a point of clarification, John, not Jonathan.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking.
Yep, that's,
Okay, Councilwoman Smith, make a motion to nominate John Powell. Second by Councilwoman Robinson. Any discussion? Carried. I'm sorry, Mr. John Powell is the last person on the advisory board. And so we have our new slate is Randy Bowers, Carolyn Watson, and John Powell, correct? And we would also like to thank Mr. Kirby Bryson for his service that he, when he was served on the board. Thank you, Ms. White. Now, Ms. Terry.
Mayor, members of the council, we have appointments that need to be made for the Contentnia Metropolitan Sewerage District, or better known as CMSD. That is the location that we send our sewer to be treated in Grifton. Each entity, Aden, Grifton, and Winterville, all have 2 members, and then there's a floating third member. Winterville currently has the floating third member, which is Mayor Hines. His term is up, and you should have a list of board members and their terms in your packet. Mayor Hines' term is up next year, so he is not to be considered in this discussion. I currently sit as a board member, and as town manager, it has been historical that town managers from each of the 3 towns serve on the board, and also Chairman, Pitt County Commissioner Chairman Mark Smith has been a longstanding member on that board. Both of our terms are up on the 29th of this month. We both desire to serve another term. Councilman Moy brought up at the agenda review meeting a discussion about whether or not anyone else may desire to serve. And with that said, I put that forward for discussion.
It's open for discussion.
we're doing individuals as we did with previous.
Yes.
And so I would like to move that we continue to have Ms. Terry Parker representing us on the CMSD board.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Hawkins, to reappoint Town Manager Ms. Terry Parker. Any discussion? We wait for Willie to bring that up. Good night. Russell. Okay, please vote. I'm sorry. Unanimous vote. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Parker. Next, we still have another one.
Yes, and it should be noted that currently Chairman Smith is also the chairman of the CMSD board.
I'd like to nominate Chairman Mark Smith for reappointment to the CMSD Board.
Second.
I have a motion made by Dr. Brandon Harrell, second by Councilwoman Robinson, to appoint Chairman Mark Smith, County Commissioner Chairman Mark Smith, back to the CMSD board. Got it right. Any discussion?
Yes, it was a discussion made on Thursday. Since we do have new board members for the first time, they would like to have an opportunity to serve on that board. I suggested that they would have, I would like for them to have the first opportunity if they would like to serve on that board. That's the reason why it was discussed on Thursday. I did ask one, I think one or two was asked at the, one that was asked at the meeting. They said no, not at this time. And that's the reason I wanted to ask to see if the new members interest.
Could you please vote, please? We have 4, and Ms. Smith abstained, which means it's a yes vote.
Correct.
So it's a unanimous vote for Mr. Smith to serve back on the board.
Not to speak for Chairman Smith, but I'm sure he thanks you all.
And other agenda items. That's fine, sure. Is there any other agenda items? If no other agenda items for further agenda and future work session. Okay. All right. Now we get down to the announcements. We know Don, he's happily.
Catching up with the fastness of the law.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? With the CMSD board, we voted for 2 people.
Correct.
We actually have 3.
That's
Your
right.
term has 1 year in it, right?
Has 3. Oh, you mean 1 year left?
Yeah.
1 year left.
Yes,
So why didn't we vote on that second?
because he was appointed at a different time.
Right.
So as you'll see, his term doesn't end until, I think it's May of next year.
May of next year, right.
But isn't his term the floating that goes to Griffin?
Correct.
Right, it'll go to the next town.
I'm just thinking that that would be the only opportunity we have to have another person. And I know you're mayor.
But you can't reappoint him. Once that's done, his term ends and it goes to Grifton.
Right.
I was not thinking about reappointment.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I mean, and the reason I say that is because of Councilman Moore's comment about allowing the new people on our board to do some things. And I realized that on that CMSD board, that would be the only way, is that, your 1 year term. Yeah, but if nobody wants it, it's no, I tell you, it's an education.
It is an
very
education.
complicated.
It is an education.
And I didn't know if the other members might,
Yes.
that was why I spoke about it. Not that you don't do a good job, but I'm thinking that would be the only opportunity we have to give.
It took me a
someone,
minute to catch
that
on.
third
I'm
person.
with you now.
That third person, another person on our board,
Right.
the opportunity because of that. But,
Yeah. but this one, the floating, it'll move to Griffin.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying, it's gotta go Griffin, Aiden, then come back to.
Correct,
That's
right, right.
Now, Don?
I'm ready now.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson, for giving me time to get collected here.
You're welcome.
The July newsletter information is due today, but if you get it to me first thing tomorrow, I'm still working on it, and I'll get it in for July. Planning and Zoning Board meeting, Monday, June 17th, at 7 p.m. here in the Assembly Room. Board of Adjustment meeting is Tuesday, June 18th, 7 p.m. in the Assembly Room. Town offices will be closed on Wednesday, June 19th for the Juneteenth holiday. Coffee with a Cop is Friday, June 21st, 9 to 10:30 in the community room. Summer kickoff and kickball tournament is Saturday, June 22nd, 1 to 5 at Hillcrest Park. Recreation Advisory Board meet on Tuesday, June 25th, 6:30 in the Operations Center. Human Relations Board will get to meet again because we now have enough, and I'll be getting things out. We'll meet on Thursday, the June 27th at 7 o'clock in the Executive Conference Room. Independence Day holiday and town offices closed on Thursday, July 4th. The agenda review meeting for July 4th, of course, is canceled because of the holiday and the fact that we do not meet that night. Regular town council meeting is also canceled for July. Pitt County Human Relations Listening Session will be held Tuesday, July 16th, 6 p.m. here in Town Hall Assembly Room. NCBMO Summer Conference is Saturday and Sunday, July 27th, 28th at the Rizzo Center in Chapel Hill. If you haven't let me know, I need to know so I can get people registered. And then the Electricity's 2024 Annual Conference is August the 11th through August 15th at the Omni Grove Park in Asheville, North Carolina. Mayor, that's what I have for tonight.
Thank you, Don. All right. Okay, Ms. Manning, can you step to the podium? All right, yeah, before we get to comments.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to address the comments that were made at the public hearing. There was also a follow-up email that was sent and a reply. So I'll just read the question from the email and the answer so the public can hear it as well.
Okay.
So for the first question, it was the revenue for the 2024 budget had an item for $1,941,000 with the heading of fund balance appropriation that is not included in the budget for 2025. What is this and where did it come from? Is this to balance the budget? In reference to the $1,941,000 fund balance appropriation in the 23-24 budget, that would be unrestricted fund balance or savings that was used to balance the budget. The $1.9 million includes the amount originally appropriated to balance the budget, which was around $1.3 million, and any budget amendments made to fund balance, which was $536,000 during the 23-24 fiscal year. Budget amendments are needed from time to time to cover additional expenditures for operating costs and capital expenditures incurred by the town. In the manager modified review column for the 24-25 budget, there is a fund balance appropriation in the amount of $386,000. Due to increased anticipated revenue in the general fund, along with budget cuts made by each department, the town was able to reduce the fund balance appropriation needed amount for the 24-25 budget. As you can imagine, the town's goal is to balance future budgets using no fund balance. The second question was the revenue from property taxes for 2025 is increasing by 39.74% from $4,060,000 to $5.6 million. The rate per 100 is going down from 0.475 to 0.45, which is only a 5.26 reduction in the rate, while the property tax base has gone up to 47.5. The response was, while the property tax base has gone up approximately 48%, recommendations were made reducing the rate to 45 cents per $100 of valuation to enable the town to continue to provide top-quality services to the citizens of Winterville. A 45 cents tax rate will help the town fund some of the increasing cost of doing business, cover the additional cost of a needed personnel, as well as cover the cost of necessary capital purchases for departments. The town does believe that this tax rate is necessary to assist the town in keeping its strong financial position. And for the last question, it was the interest income is going up by $300,000, which at 3% would require an additional deposit of around $10 million. Where is this money coming from? And the response was the budget for interest income has increased by approximately $300,000 due to better interest rates available through our trust account. This will allow us to earn increased interest income compared to prior years. And the interest income budget for the 23-24 year was based on the amount of funds that we had in account at that time, as well as the interest rates at that time. And that was all the questions.
Thank you, Jessica, to you and your staff, and Terry, for all your hard work and getting this budget balanced.
Thank you.
Thank you. Report from our town attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report tonight. I do point out that we do have a closed session pursuant to the statutes mentioned in the agenda. One is discuss a matter regarding the attorney-client privilege, and the other, I believe, has to do with seeking board or council input on looking at prospective real estate. Thank you, sir.
Now, I'm gonna go on this end, Councilwoman Hawkins, and now you can.
Yes, my comments was going back to the internet sweepstakes. This is when I was told that I would be given the opportunity to speak on that. I originally voted no because my mind was processing no, that I was actually for the restrictions, that I did not want this near schools and near daycares, and just inside my mind, it was no. So I pushed the button no. Then I was kind of looking at the council, yeah, but, so that is why I sent that note, because when we think about the internet sweepstakes and gambling, this is something that I do want restricted and amended. So that was the comment on that. As we are in the month of June, we have had lots of graduates, so I would like to say congratulations to every single graduate here in Winterville. We are extremely proud of you and what you have attained and matriculated towards. I'd like to encourage you to keep on pushing forward. The sky is not the limit because there are footprints on the moon. And I would like to lastly say, for the students who are getting out, or their last day was Friday, to please read a book. Let's not just limit ourselves to texting, but pick up a book, a page turner. We have our library open, and I will just encourage you all the time to read. That is my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Moy?
Yes, first of all, I would like to say thank this staff, for all that you do. I thank our citizens, the ones that came out tonight, and as long as we have been here, you all have been right here with us. And that's make me feel like you have an interest of what's going on in our community. I like to say also that I'm getting a lot of reports on Hillcrest Park. Whenever ones use Hillcrest Park, once they are finished, they leave a lot of debris. Cans is overflow. Paper is flowing everywhere to the neighbors. We got a problem. I don't know whether or not if the ones who are using the picnic area, is it being rented or first come, first served? And my second question is, are we having the same problem over to one of our parks? And if not, I would like to know what are we doing different there that we're not doing at Hillcrest?
To address Hillcrest Park, between Hillcrest Park and Winterville Rec Park, we do offer rentals. Now, with the rentals, they will, submit a request, reserve the picnic shelter. Unfortunately, if somebody shows up without a reservation, we don't know. We worked with the police department carefully, closely to, communicate between both parks and also Water Tower Park as well.
So when we rent the park, is there do they have to leave a deposit for cleanup?
No, sir.
I think that might be something that we might want to look at in the future, is to have a deposit that you had to place down to make sure that everything is left as they found it.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, they would not receive the deposit back. If that's, because we are having a serious problem in the community, in that area, with a lot of paper and just flowing all over everywhere. And I have witnessed it myself.
Yes, sir. This is my first time of hearing about it. However, I would say unlike a building, that there's so many people out there using it on the regular, it may be difficult for staff to ascertain who left the debris. So by the time staff would be able to go and take a look, it's not like checking in and checking out.
No.
Where when we rent facilities, we are able to go and inspect. It would be a little more difficult to do that when there are multiple folks using the park.
All the parks every day, especially first thing in the morning, are checked. If there is debris, maintenance goes and cleans it up as soon as possible. So every morning that staff is here, they do go and check all three parks.
Are you having the same problem at one of the parks?
I don't know, just because, like Ms. Parker said, this is the first time I've heard about Hillcrest. So I don't know. I can't answer that question. But I can, check with maintenance and see if, they've had issues at both parks, and get back to you.
I can say that I have rented the picnic area on several occasions, and as part of the agreement or the little notes in there, it does say that you need to clean it as you left it, and I know we usually clean it as we leave it. In terms of a fine or, like I say, you won't really know who's done it because there's a time limit, start to stop time, and then you don't know who's coming behind you. But I know that when you do leave it, there is some fine print, Councilman Moore, that does encourage you to keep it clean.
Yes, ma'am.
It does. And in terms of encouraging others to keep it clean, perhaps I'll submit something to Mr. Harvey for newsletter, just something to put out or go out, you know. This is our park area, keep it clean. Just encouragement.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that would be great, because I do think it means a lot coming from elected officials. I mean, we try, but again, anything you all would like to submit, I think goes a long way.
Mr. Moore, anything else? No, like I said, I would like to see us place probably in the future a deposit, especially to ones who rents it, and to make sure it is left the way they found it.
Then I would suggest if council chooses to do that, it be a non-refundable deposit.
We talked about.
Sure.
I would like to see, deposit that, okay?
Anything else?
That'll be it. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And my prayers goes out to the family that lost their loved ones on Highway 903, right recently. I think there were 4 fatalities, and could have been ours. So keep the family in prayer.
I'd like to say thank you to our staff. You guys are amazing. I'm going to say that and lead off with that every time. Also to our guests that are here, just want to say thank you for being in attendance to Mrs. Claire Kempner, and she's running for the NC House, District 9, so thank you for being here. Thank you to Mr. Rex Rose, who is our Winterville West District chairperson. And so super excited for you all to be here. Also want to lift up that this month is Men's Health Month. So want you all to make sure that we are raising awareness for men's health. One of the themes or the statements for the Men's Network is Stronger Together, Better Forever. Building better health for men and young boys lifelong. So I just want to say that to all the men here, make sure that you are aware of your health. And then last but not least, happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Thank you.
Councilwoman Robinson.
I do want to say, I know everybody's happy in school year, so I'm just really glad of that, because it was never the end of the year till it was the end of the school year. We will be celebrating Juneteenth and July 4th before we get back, so I want to say happy Juneteenth to people and happy July 4th. I noticed that a truck had gone up the hill by the water tower park, and I think that we need a sign there saying no vehicles, because it's a park designed for the youngest of our citizens, and a vehicle up there, of course, is hazardous. Also, that truck that's parked on Jones Street is a hazard. If any of you been down there, the truck kind of sits out in the road, and it's been there for a while. And I know at one point, I'm so old, I've been on the board a long time. We had a lot of discussion about those trucks being on the road, and we made some guidelines. And I don't know exactly what they were, but I know that that truck should not be on the side of that street, and I would love to see something done about that, Chief.
Why is this attached to a trailer?
Is it to be attached?
To a trailer?
But if it's attached to a trailer and sticking out, you know, the back of it sticking out in the street, that restricts the flow of traffic right in there.
It's parked in a driveway?
No, it's parked on the side of the road.
We'll take a look.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Ms. Robinson?
That's it.
Councilwoman. Ms. Smith?
Just thank you to everybody who came out this evening. I commend our youngest guest. Done great.
Absolutely.
Ms. Robertson, I don't know if everybody, parents buckle down because it's summertime and the children are out, but it'll be good. Congratulate Alex Dixon, who received certification for vector and mosquito. I'm excited about mosquito treatment coming back. Spending time outside, that's great. Thank you so much for him, taking that initiative and taking care of our town and our constituents. And that's it.
Thank you.
I have no comments, thank you, except, Mayor, to thank staff and council for all the work on the budget. I know it was a tough year. I know council had to make some hard decisions, but we thank you and feel like we have made some good steps forward.
I'm gonna be short and sweet. Thank you, council, for the hard work y'all put in, with the budget. Like Terry said, I appreciate it. I appreciate how, we came together to get this done, you know, so I appreciate that. The other thing I just want to, talk about is, the young man, if y'all remember him, his name is Caleb Moore. Caleb, competed again this year in the Special Olympics, and he won 2 gold medals in
Great.
swimming in the 25 backstroke and the 50 freestyle. So that makes him with a total of 3 gold medals for Pitt County and for the state of North Carolina. You know, of course, Caleb has autism, and he doesn't let his autism define him. And I'm super proud of him. And not only with his gold medals, Caleb is a first-degree black belt. So he's my personal bodyguard.
Nice.
Y'all watch out. Yeah. So, but so if y'all see Caleb, you know, give him a pat on the back. He's a great kid, and so. But kudos to you, Caleb. I just want to give you that. You know, we don't do shout outs, but I'm gonna do a shout out to Caleb. So, but now we get ready to move over into closed session. Mr. Attorney, do you need to read your little statement?
No, sir, I made reference to them earlier in my report. We do have 2 matters for closed sessions. Statute indicates both.
So I need a motion to move into closed session.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a motion by Councilman Moy, second by Councilwoman Robinson to move into closed session. Can you vote? Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Nice work, guys.
Move over to closed session.
Decision.
Wednesday, they did say that.
I think, Mr. The air condition.
I mean, I wish it was.
It's nice to feel it.
It just like,
I know. Oh, yeah, it smells like a town. Really is. Did somebody order a pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good call, get a pizza.
Gonna vote to open.
Yeah, no.
Pizza, I'm on my way.
Whose house are we going to eat? Who's serving supper?
Hey, I got some leftovers from Saturday. From the
I'll be
cookout.
right over.
Yeah. I got some good leftovers.
what was Saturday? What was the
Mom, we
celebration?
cooked Mama's, birthday.
Oh, yeah, I saw that
Yeah,
on
birthday
Facebook.
yeah, birthday celebration.
Oh, we
All right.
you missed out on the
No.
I need a motion to come out, open,
Turn to open session.
I
return to
move that
open
we
session.
return to open session.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion to return to open session by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson. I'll do your clicker, please. Motion carried. All right. Yes, sir.
Okay, the hour is late, so I've taken a stab at this. If this doesn't make sense, somebody correct me. We have two motions. The first one is a motion to terminate the auditor's contract with Malden and Jenkins pursuant to the terms of that audit contract, which is paragraph 23. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Need a motion?
I move that we instruct staff to move forward with terminating the contract with Malden and Jenkins pursuant to the terms of the contract.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Dr. Brandy Harrell to terminate the contract with Malton, Jenkins, and Smith.
No Smith.
Oh, no Smith. Okay. Have the staff to execute that. Okay. Any discussion? If not, please,
Wait a minute.
oop,
Oh, there we go.
clicker, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Will.
Yes, you guys.
Motion carried.
Okay, no.
All right, now the second part of this.
The second one, and I'll kick this out, Terry, correct me, but there's a couple caveats, a couple of terms to this. And one thing I want to make sure is we don't enter into the second contract until we, of course, know we've got a termination of the first. So this one runs on a little bit, so forgive me, but the second and last motion is to enter into an audit contract with Thompson, Price, Scott, and Adams. After a review of that contract by the town attorney, so subject to my review, and subject to us meeting the terms and conditions in the audit contract with Malden and Jenkins, which means that we get them to terminate the contract. So I can read that again. Yes, ma'am.
Isn't there a third one, approval by LGC?
Right, well, that's
Is
subject to
that
the
the
terms.
terms and conditions?
Yes,
Got it.
ma'am.
Got it,
That's
got it,
just
got it,
three
got it.
things have to be
Got it.
met. So again, motion to enter into an audit contract with Thompson, Price, Scott, and Adams. Scott and Adams, after a review of that contract by the town attorney and subject to meeting all the terms and conditions of the audit contract with Malden and Jenkins.
You want to try, or you want me to go for it?
Just
Go
say-
for it.
just say-
All right.
make it-
I move that we enter into a contract with Thompson, Price, Scott, and Adams,
subject to review.
subject to the review of the town attorney and contingent on the termination of the contract with Maudlin and Jenkins as per terms.
Like that.
That was good.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilwoman Smith, second by Councilwoman Robinson. Any discussion? With no discussion, can you please vote? Motion carried. All right, can I get a motion to
I
adjourn?
make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, y'all want to take that one? Don't forget to vote.
Please vote.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Motion approved to adjourn.
Nice.
Y'all in office? Who seconded it? Who seconded it? Lot done.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it, yeah.
Yep.
I'll take it.
Just
I'll
pick
take it.
somebody, nobody cares. Except it's in your, except it's part of your tape, right?
They gonna get some stuff done. So we already got
Yes.
the reputation.
Jessica.
Yeah. So what will your school year be? What will your new school year be? I will start July.